Please do not sit or stand along the walls at the edge of the mat.
Welcome to the Ron Severson Wrestling Invitational on NSTV. I'm Mitchell Severson, the grandson of Ron Severson. We're in the quarterfinals of the Invitational so far. Team scores: Nebraska City's in first with 19.5 points. Wilbur Claytonia is in second with 11.5. Raymond Central third with 8. Mount Michael Benedictine 7.5 and is in fourth place. Fillmore Central's in fifth with 6 points. Three-way tie for sixth with Douglas County, Lincoln Christian, and Norris all with 4 points. Three-way tie for ninth with Lincoln East, Millard North, and Lincoln Standing Bear with 3.5 points. And everyone else has 0, that being Conestoga, Elkhorn North, Lincoln Northwest, Lincoln Pius the 10th, Omaha Concordia, Omaha Gross Catholic, Schuyler, and Tri-County. Right now on mat 1, we have Jason Castillo de la a freshman with a record of 12 and 23 from Douglas County West, and Ed Minardi, a freshman with a record of 37 and 12 from Omaha Gross Catholic. That's a quarterfinal at 106. And on mat 2, that we have quarterfinal 120. We have Zion Ornelius, a junior with a record of 38 and 0 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Traven Neiman, a sophomore with a record of 16 and 18 from Standing Bear. And on mat 3, Omaha Gross Catholic's Tanner Reed, a freshman with a record of 34 and 8, is facing off against Jordan Kelly, a freshman with a record of 12 and 22 from Millard North. That's a 113 quarterfinal matchup. After the fall on mat 1, it's now Emmett Cooley from Lincoln Christian facing off against Leon Malone. And Brady Kingston from Omaha Gross Catholic facing off against Dominic Harms from Lincoln Northwest. Those are both 120 quarterfinals. Mat 3 matches got over. Tanner Reed beating Jordan Kelly and Tech Faldham. And on mat 1, it was Liam Malone pinning Emmett Cooley in 47 seconds. On mat 3, it's Dominic Sterling, a senior with a record of 24 and 13 from Nebraska City, facing off against Caden Boljak, a sophomore with a record of 25 and 14 from Fillmore Central. That's a 120 quarterfinal. And on mat 1, it's 126 quarterfinal. Liam Harmon, a sophomore with a record of 10 and 13, facing off against Josh Sherrod, a senior with a record of 35 and 7 from Omaha Gross Catholic. if you want to watch just one mat individually, there are 4 separate streams. There's this multi-view stream, and then we have views for mat 1, mat 2, and mat 3. Looks like blood time on mat 3. That being Caden Boljack from Fillmore Central. Around the mats, Liam Harmon on mat 1 is currently down to Josh Sheard, 4-0. And on mat 2, Brady Kingston is in the lead over Dominic Harms, 15-2. And on mat 3, Dominic Sterling is in the lead over Caden Boljack, 3-2. Score updates. In first place, Nebraska City with 23.5 points. Wilbur Claytonia, 17.5, is in second place. Third place, Raymond Central, with 13 points. Fillmore Central's in fourth with 12 points. Fifth place is Mount Michael Benedictine with 7.5 points. Norris has 7 points and is in sixth place. Seventh place, Omaha Gross Catholic with 6 points. Two-way tie for eighth, which is Douglas County with 4 points and Lincoln Christian with 4 points. Three-way tie for 10th. That's Lincoln Northeast, Millard North, and Standing Bear all tied at 3.5 points. And Conestoga, Elkhorn North, Lincoln Northwest, Lincoln Pies 10th, Omaha Concordia, Schuyler, and Tri-County tied for 13th with 0 points. Blood time on mat 1. That's Liam Maharam of Standing Bear. Looks like an accident on mat 2. Possibly their shoes caught together or ankle bands got caught together. Something got caught together to result in both of them falling. With 38 seconds in the third period left on that mat. Now up on mat 1, it's Jackson Maybe, a sophomore with the record of 26-10 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Austin Hoding, a junior with a record of 8-16 from Standing Bear. That's a 132 quarterfinal matchup. And looks like that's the final result of the match over there on mat 2. Brady Kingston wins a big one over Dominic Harms, 19-12. And that's now on mat 2. It's Brayton Holding from Douglas County West, a sophomore with a record of 33-7, facing off against Trevor Flash, a junior with a record of 13-18 from Nebraska City. And that one on mat 2 is a 132 quarterfinal matchup. And the result from mat 1 was Josh Sherd beating Liam Harmon and pinning him in 3 minutes 40 seconds. Over there on mat 1, Jackson Maybe Tech Falls Austin Hoding. Now up on mat 1, it's Tristan Kuba, a sophomore with a record of 17-23 from Omaha Concordia, facing off against Grant Eshidi, a junior with a record of 30-7 from Wilbur Claytonia. That's a 132 quarterfinal matchup. On mat 2, it's Jorgen Bogdanovich, a freshman with a record of 29-21 from Omaha Gross Catholic, facing off against Brady Quinlivan, a junior with a record of 29-14 from Mount Michael Benedictine. On mat 3, it's Swellen Valentine, a senior with a record of 18-17 from Mount Michael Benedictine, facing off against Tony Hartman, a junior with a record of 16-11 from Nebraska City. Final result from that mat 2 matchup was Brayton Holding pinning Trevor Flash in a minute 52. And the mat 3 was Dominic Sterling winning by a major decision over Caden Boljak, 17-7. On mat 1, that's a 138 quarterfinal on mat 1. It's Kyle Steege, a junior with a record of 12-11 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Alexander Coleman, a freshman with a record of 25-21 from Norris. On mat 2, it's from Fillmore Central. It's Ryan Schramm, a senior with a record of 25-15, facing off against Kyle Mumm, a freshman with a record of 18-17 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Already quick 3-1 for Stige over Coleman on mat 1. Results from the mat 2, it was Brady Quinlivan pinning Jordan Bogdanovich in 1:05. And on mat 1, it was Grant Ashidi, the junior from Wilbur Claytonia, pinning Tristan Kuba in 1:05. Coleman goes in for a shot. He gets taken to his back. He's in trouble now. Stige looking for the pin. Can't quite get it. It'll be 10-1 now in favor of Stige. And now on mat 2, it's Logan Zimmerman, a junior with a record of 34-4 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Bennett Dodge, a freshman with a record of 23-24 from Lincoln Christian. That's a 144 quarterfinal matchup. On mat 3, looks like that match just finished. Looks like there's a challenge with the score here on mat 1. Probably looking at Coleman getting a takedown maybe. They have 7-4 on the board. Oh, and that has Coleman getting a takedown in the second period, being 7-4. According to track, it was so it was 10-1 at the period, and then on track they took away 3 from Stige and gave 3 to Coleman, making it 7-4. So I'm guessing there was a takedown, and it looks like it's 8-3 now. The 138 quarterfinal match on mat 2, Ryan Schramm beat Kyle Mumm in 1:06. That was a pin. On mat 3, the last match was Tony Hartman pinning Swellen Valente in 3:09. And on mat 3 now, it's Ryan Marsh facing off against Bradley Karstensen. Ryan Marsh is a senior with a record of 26-10 from Wilbur Claytonia. And Bradley Karstensen is a sophomore with a record of 7-11 from Mount Michael Benedictine. It's 8-3, and looking at the scoring on mat 1, looks to be a takedown for Coleman, escape from Stige, a takedown for Stige, and a 4-point near fall, making it 8-3. And Coleman's on bottom to start the second period. Mat 1's a 138 quarterfinal matchup. Mat 2 is a 144 quarterfinal matchup, and mat 3 is a 138 quarterfinal matchup. Coleman looking for a reversal on mat 1. Looks like Coleman's in trouble here. Prestige was getting near fall. Well, make it 11-3 on the 3-point near fall. Coleman will be on top to start the third period. Coleman tried to get some back points there. Still looking to get some more. He's got an 8-point deficit to make up. On mat 3, Logan Zimmerman, Tech Falls, Bennett Dodge, 16-0. Coleman's in trouble now. He gets flipped to his back, but it'll be a reversal for Steege, making it 13-3. On mat 2 now, it's Brock Weddle, a junior with a record of 16-14 from Nebraska City, facing off against Mason Masters, a senior with a record of 24-3 from Millard North. That's a 144 quarterfinal matchup. And Masters will pin Brock Weddle in the first period with 29 seconds into the match. That'll bring up on mat 2 Iverson Mejia, a senior with a record of 42-0, facing off against Darren Wengler, a junior with a record of 10-18 from Lincoln Northwest. 7 seconds left here on mat 1, with Steege in the lead 13-3 over Coleman. Mejia gets the takedown on mat 2. And that's the final on mat 1. Kyle Steege beats Alexander Coleman 13-3. And final on mat 3, Ryan Marsh 4, Bradley Karstensen 0. Now on mat 1, it's Carter Gabriel, a senior with a record of 12-23 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Malike Doval, a junior with a record of 19-10 from Nebraska City. And on mat 3, it's now Hunter Holding, a sophomore with a record of 31-10 from Douglas County West, facing off against Peyton Perez, a junior with a record of 32-8 from Lincoln Northeast. On mat 1, that's a 138 quarterfinal matchup. And on mat 3, that's a 144 quarterfinal matchup. That was a pin on mat 1. Looks like Malike Volpin Carter Gabriel. Now on mat 1, it's 144 quarterfinal matchup. It's Lincoln Northwest's Ashton Wiesner, a junior with a record of 33-8, facing off against Anthony Portillo, a sophomore with a record of 22-20 from Omaha Gross Catholic. On mat 2, Iverson Mejia, tech fall Darren Wengler 22-4 in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Now up on mat 2, it's a 150 quarterfinal matchup. It's Chase Myers, a junior with a record of 11-2 from Fillmore Central, facing off against Ryan German, a junior with a record of 17-18 from Standing Bear. Currently, Myers is in the lead 3-0. Score update. In first place, Nebraska City with 32.5 points. Wilbur Claytoni is in second with 29 points. Third place, Omaha Gross Catholic with 21.5 points. In fourth place, Fillmore Central with 16 points. In fifth place, Mount Michael Benedictine with 15.5 points. Raymond Central's in sixth place with 13 points. Seventh, it's Millard North with 9.5. Eighth place, it's Lincoln Northeast with 8.5 points. In ninth place, it's Douglas County with 8 points. 10th is Norris with 7 points. 11th is Lincoln Northwest with 5.5. Lincoln Christian's in 12th with 4 points. Standing Bears in 13th with 30.5 points. Conestoga, Elkhorn North, Lincoln Pius 10th, Omaha, Concordia, Schuyler, and Trike County are all tied for 14th. Now up on mat 2, it's Marcus Wacker, a freshman with a record of 7-13 from Norris, facing off against Caleb Griffin, a freshman with a record of 33-4 from Mount Michael Benedictine. On mat 1, Ashton Wiesner pinned Anthony Portillo. Actually, sorry, that was a tech fall. Now up on mat 1, it's James Cansteiner, a junior with a record of 34-1, facing off against Bjorn Poulsen, a freshman with a record of 14-11 from Millard North. On mat 2, that Chase Myers pinned Ryan Hermain in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Now up on mat 3, it's Emmerich Starr, a sophomore with a record of 21-18 from Raymond Central, facing off against Jaden Welton, a junior with a record of 25-15 from Lincoln Christian. Currently, Welton's in the lead, 3-0. That mat 3 matchup between Holding and Perez. Holding won in a 13-7 decision. Mat 1, it's a 157 quarterfinal matchup. Mat 3, it's a 150 quarterfinal matchup. Now up on mat 2, it's Waylon Rayburn, a senior with a record of 23-14 from Whitfillmore Central, facing off against Hunter Sykes, a senior with a record of 34-13 from Raymond Central. That last match, Caleb Griffith pinned Marcus Wacker in 3 minutes. Now up on mat 1, it's Brigham Schoenbeck from Norris facing off against Kalen Schnitzer from Nebraska City. Schoenbeck is a senior with a record of 25-13. Schnitzer's a junior with a record of 13-8. Now up on mat 2, it's a 165 quarterfinal matchup. It's Wyatt Jelinek, a junior with a record of 38-5, facing off against Brock Barr, a sophomore with a record of 19-24 from Lincoln Northeast. That last match on 150 on mat 3, it was Hunter Sykes pinning Waylon Rainburn in 40 seconds. And Wyatt Jelinek just pinned Brock Barr on mat 2. Now on mat 2, it's Carter Wagner, a senior with a record of 15-22 from Norris, facing off against Asa Wegrizin, a senior with a record of 34-7 from Lincoln Christian. And that's a pin on mat 2. Carter Wagner gets pinned by Asa Wegrizin in 42 seconds. That's a reversal for Schombeck. Almost got him to the back there. Or takedown, sorry. And now he's getting back points for Schombeck. Looking for the pin here. And that's a pin for Brigham Schombeck in a minute and 41 seconds. Now up on mat 2, it's a 175 quarterfinal matchup. It's Sam Diggs, a senior with a record of 13-14 from Millard Norris, facing off against Zach Marsh, a sophomore with a record of 27-14 from Wilbur Claytonia. Now up on mat 1, it's a 165 quarterfinal matchup. It's Jaden Adams, a senior with a record of 9-15 from Nebraska City, facing off against Cole Kansteiner, a freshman with a record of 25-8 from Conestoga. On mat 3, it's now Dominic Roth with a record of 26-12, a senior from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Ty Rosler, a sophomore with a record of 28-8 from Wilbur Claytonia. And that previous match on mat 3, Jaden Welton tech-balled Emmerich Starr in 4 minutes 54 seconds, and it was a 22-5 score. or near fall for Sam Diggs. Makes it 8-3 over Zach Marsh. That was on mat 2. Mat 1. Looks like Cole Cansteiner is getting some near fall points on Jalen Adams. Might have gotten some. And that's a pin on mat 2. Looks like Zach Marsh pinned Sam Diggs. And now up on mat 2, it's a 175 quarterfinal matchup. It's Sam Dodge, a junior with a record of 29-12 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Xander Riggle, a junior with a record of 10-18 from Omaha Concordia. On mat 3, it was Tyler Rosler pinning Dominic Roth. That was a 157 quarterfinal matchup. Now up on mat 3, it's Preston Comenda, a sophomore with a record of 28-8 from Fillmore Central, facing off against Mo Blair, a senior with a record of 20-10 from Millard North. And that's a pin on mat 2. Looks like Sam Dodge of Lincoln Christian pinned Xander Reel in a minute and 38 seconds. Now up on mat 2, it's a 175 quarterfinal matchup. It's Jack Maddox, a senior with a record of 1-0, facing off against Matt Larson, a senior with a record of 27-10 from Raymond Central. And they go out of bounds. And that'll make it 7-0 for Matt Larson. On mat 3, Mo Blair pins Preston Comenda, looks like. Now up on mat 3, it's a 190 quarterfinal matchup. That's Cooper Floyd, a sophomore with a record of 19-16 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Dan Lyons, a junior with a record of 18-13 from Nebraska City. Larson getting some more back points here. He's on mat 2. It's got 2 in the pocket at least. Looking for the pin. And that's a pin on mat 2. That took 47 seconds for Matt Larson to pin Jack Maddox. Now up on mat 2, it's Gabe Clabanez, a senior with a record of 24-14 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against James Broney, a junior with a record of 14-15 from Millard North. On mat 1, Cole Kansteiner beat Jaden Adams 12-2. Almost wrapping up the quarterfinal round. On mat 1 now, it's Xavier Zimmerman, a junior with a record of 32-5 from Mount Michael Benedictine, facing off against Dawson Thorne, a senior with a record of 11-21 from Nebraska City. Score update, Wilbur Claytonia has taken the lead now with a 44.5 not dual points, just points. Second place, Nebraska City with 38.5 points. Third place, Redmond Central with 23 points. Fillmore Central's in fourth with 22 points. Lincoln Christian's in fifth. And a three-way tie with fifth with Mount Michael Benedictine and Omaha Gross Catholic all at 21.5 points. Douglas County West has 12 points and is in eighth place. Two-way tie for ninth. Lincoln Christian and Norris both have 11 points. On mat 1, looks like Xavier Zimmerman pins Dawson Thorne. Lincoln Northeast has 8.5 points and 12. Conestoga has 6 points and is 13th. Lincoln Standing Bears has 3.5 and is 14th. And Elkhorn North has no points. Now up on mat 1, it's Eric Hall, a senior with a record of 32-6 from Norris, facing off against Barrett Higman, a sophomore with a record of 8-10 from Mount Michael Benedictine. All three mats are on a 190 quarterfinal matchups. That takedown made it 6-1 now in favor of Hall. If you want to watch one individual mat, we have all three on different live streams, or you can keep watching this multi-view. Hall getting back points here, looking for the pin. And there's the pin on mat 1. Eric Hall pins Barrett Hagman in 1:50. Now up on mat 1, it's Camden McMillan, a junior with a record of 13 and 14 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Caleb Redstorm, a senior with a record of 22 and 9 from Raymond Central. Good one on mat 3. Cooper Floyd beats Dan Lyon 6-5. Now up on mat 3, it's Cooper Roberts, a sophomore with a record of 7 and 6 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Jack Murphy, a senior with a record of 27 and 7 from Millard North. That's a 2:15 quarterfinal matchup. Final on mat 3. James Brown wins his match 13-2. Now it's Rylan Schombeck, a sophomore with a record of 37 and 8 from Norris, facing off against Tennyson Clousley, a junior with a record of 7 and 19 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Quick takedown for Schombeck. Pin on mat 3. Jack Murphy pins Cooper Roberts in 1:17. Now up on mat 3, it's Owen Crackmeyer, a senior with a record of 19 and 6 from Raymond Central, facing off against Gabe Marquez, a senior with a record of 9 and 14 from Millard North. Schombeck looking for the pin here on mat 2. And there it is. Rylan Schombeck pins Tennyson Kelsley in 1:26. That's going to bring up a 285 quarterfinal matchup. It's Harrison Hudson, a senior with a record of 12-12, facing off against John Farrell, a senior with a record of 9-12. Harrison Hudson's in on a shot. Didn't quite get it to land. Harrison will be down to start the second period. And that's a reversal for Hudson there. Makes it 2-0. Getting some back points here. Injury time on mat 1 looks to be Caden McMillan. Looks like Gabe Marquez wins on mat 3. And looks like Harrison Hudson wins on mat 2. So now we start with the consolation rounds. And from Norris, it's Colson McNabb, the junior with a record of 13-22, facing off against Traven Neiman, a sophomore with a record of 16-19 from Standing Bear. And on mat 3, it's Dominic Harms, a freshman with a record of 18-13 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Mason Mitchell, a freshman with a record of 8-11 from Douglas County West. 3-1 quickly for Neiman. Now up on mat 1, it's a 285 quarterfinal matchup. It's Noah Clock, a junior with a record of 7-21 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Carter Hyatt, a freshman with a record of 21-18 from Lincoln Christian. McNabb still down 3-1 on mat 2. Takedown for McNabb makes it 6-5 in favor of Neiman. Pin on mat 1. Carter Hyatt pins Noah Clock in a minute. Now up on mat 1, it's Jason Castillo de Lao facing off against Atkinson Ames. De Lao is a freshman with a record of 12-24 from Douglas County West, facing off against Atkinson Ames, a freshman with a record of 5-28 from Millard North. It looks like Dominic Harms is getting back points on mat 3, looking for the pin. And that's a pin. Sorry, that was Mason Mitchell getting the pin. Actually, no, it was Dominic Harms. So now up on mat 3, it's Tristan Kuba, a sophomore with a record of 17-24 from Omaha Concordia, facing off against Mason Bach, a sophomore with a record of 1-16 from Norris. Right now, mat 1's on a 106 consolation round matchup. 120 is on a Mat 2 is on a 120 consolation round matchup, and Mat 3 is at a 132 consolation round matchup. Quick takedown for Mason Bach, Makes it 3-0. Final on mat 2, Colson McNabb wins against Traven Neiman 8-7. And now up on mat 2, it's Austin Hodin, a junior with a record of 8-17 from Standing Bear, facing off against Javier Geronimo, a freshman with a record of 2-6 from Millard North. Quick moves from Hodin gives him a 7-0 win. Sorry, 7-0 lead right now over Javier Geronimo. Over there on mat 3, it's still 3-0 in favor of Mason Bach. He was on bottom to start the second period. He's going to get back points on the reversal. 5-0, looking for the pin here. And he gets the pin. Wait, no, he didn't. It'll make it 9-0. Sorry, kind of cut off the screen there. $13-0 now in favor of Mason Bach on another 4 near fall. And that's a pin over there on mat 2. Austin Hodin pins Javier Geronimo in a minute. Reversal for Kuba, and a 4 near fall makes it 13-6. Four more near fall for Jason Castillo de Lao makes it 20-8. On mat 2, it's Gage Raming, a freshman with a record of 6-20 from Conestoga, facing off against Trevor Flash, a junior with a record of 13-19 from Nebraska City. Flash is currently in the lead 3-0, but has back points. Jason Castillo de la O wins against Atkinson Ames 20-8 on mat 1. And on mat 3, Norris's very own Mason Bach in lead 13-6. And now up on mat 1, it's a 138 consolation round match. It's Jackson Lopez, a freshman with a record of 8-20 from Douglas County West, facing off against Alexander Coleman, a freshman with a record of 25-22 from Norris. And now on mat 1, it's 16-8 in favor of Bach. In the third period, it was a 3 near fall for Bach and then a reversal for Kuda. And that's the end of the third period, and Mason Bach wins by major decision against Tristan Kuba, 16-8. So now up on mat 3, it's Carter Gabriel, a senior with a record of 12-24 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Mason Vogel, a sophomore with a record of 8-25 from Millard North. Coleman's in the lead 3-0 against Lopez on mat 1. And Flash is looking for a pin against Raming on mat 2. And there's the pin. Trevor Flash pins Gage Raming in the second period with 28 seconds left. Takedown for Coleman makes it 6-0. With 4 near fall makes it 10-0. And Coleman picks up the pin on mat 1. And now on mat 2, it's Marcus Wacker, a freshman with a record of 7-14 from Norris, facing off against Austin Young, a sophomore with a record of 7-21 from Omaha Gross Catholic. And now on mat 1, it's Anthony Portillo, a sophomore with a record of 22-21 from Omaha Gross Catholic, facing off against Jackson Teeter, a senior with a record of 0-5 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Marcus Wacker takes a quick 3-0 lead. Seven nothing for Jackson Teeter quick in the first period. In the second period, Marcus Wacker's in the lead 3-0 on mat 2. And on mat 3, Mason Vogel's in the lead over Carter Gabriel 5-0. And there's a pin on mat 1. Jackson Teeter pins Anthony Portillo in 57 seconds. Wacker's getting back points on mat 2. Now up on mat 1, it's a 157 consolation round matchup, it's Waylon Rayburn, a senior with a record of 23-15 from Fillmore Central, facing off against Owen Wilkinson, a junior with a record of 19-18 from Lincoln Northwest. And Marcus Wacker wins on mat 2 with a pin. Now up on mat 2, 150 consolation round, it's Nebraska City's Alex Schnitzer, a freshman with a record of 8-20, facing off against Emmerich Starr, a sophomore with a record of 21-19 from Raymond Central. Takedown for Carter Gabriel, and he gets 4 back points. That makes it 7-5, and that 7-point move lets him take the lead. For near fall for Emmerich Starr makes it 7-0 on mat 2. Score update. In first place, it's Wilbur Claytonia with 47.5 points. In second place, it's Nebraska City with 41.5 points. In third place, it's Norris with 37 points. Fourth place, it's Millard North with 32.5 points. Fifth place, it's Raymond Central with 32 points. Lincoln Christian and Mount Michael Benedictine are tied for 6th with 27.5 points. 8th place is Fillmore Central with 22 points. Omaha Gross Catholics in 9th with 21.5 points. Lincoln Northwest in 10th with 18 points. Douglas County West in 11th with 14 points. Conestoga is in 12th with 11 points. 13th is Lincoln Northeast with 8.5 points. And in 14th, it's Lincoln Standing Bear with 6.5 points. And on mat 3, a comeback for Carter Gabriel. He gets a last-second reversal after being down 7-0 to win 9-7. Now up on mat 3, a 144 consolation round matchup. It's Alex Kropp, a junior with a record of 11-28 from Norris, facing off against Bennett Dodge, a freshman with a record of 23-25 from Lincoln Christian. Kropp in on a shot. He's going to complete it, makes it 3-1. Gonna go into a half Nelson. Looking to turn him. Lets it go. Reversal for crap almost. He's looking for it here. That was a pin on mat 2. Emmerich Starr pins Alex Snitzer. Crap's now in the lead 5-0. Waylon Rayburn wins against Owen Wilkinson 7-6, looks like. On mat 2, it's Peter Troutman, a junior with a record of 6-19 from Mount Michael Benedictine, facing off against Dominic Roth, a senior with a record of 26-13 from Lincoln Christian. And on mat 1, it's Bo Wah, a sophomore with a record of 10-13 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Bjorn Polson, a freshman with a record of 14-12 from Millard North. Blood time for Crop. Sorry, he went on top. Roth flips Truman over and gets the pin. Troutman over. Now up on mat 2, it's Fillmore Central's Preston Comenda facing off against Kemper Skrija. Comenda is a sophomore with a record of 28-9, and Skrija is a sophomore with a record of 34-12. Pin on mat 1. Bjorn Polson pins Bo Wah. Now up on mat 1, it's Carter Wagner, a senior with a record of 15 and 23, facing off against Charles LaHoureux, a junior with a record of 1 and 5 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Crop's now in the lead 9-0 on mat 3 with a 4-point near fall. On mat 2, Preston Comenda pinned Kemper Skyja. Crop won 9-0 on mat 3. Now up on mat 3, it's Callan Schnitzer, a junior with a record of 13 and 9 from Nebraska City, facing off against Caden Vogel, a sophomore with a record of 12 and 19 from Omaha Concordia. Now up on mat 2, it's Sean Schultz, a junior with a record of 28 and 11 from Raymond Central, facing off against Ed Minardi, a freshman with a record of 38 and 12 from Omaha Catholic. That's a semifinal at 106. Wagner up 2-0 on mat 1. Schnitzer up 3-1 on mat 3. For near fall for Wagner right there at the end of the second period. Makes it 6-0. If you want to watch one individual mat, there's a different stream. You can watch mat 1, mat 2, and mat 3. Or you can watch this multi-view. Takedown for Ed Minardi on mat 2. Makes it 3-0. Wagner getting back points. He's in the lead 8-0 with a reversal. Not with a reversal, just with 2 points. Two more near fall makes it 10-0. Callan Schnitzel's Schnitzer is now in the lead 9-1 over Caden Vogel. That's on mat 3. So it's 6-5 now in favor of Ed Minardi. Tech fall for... Never mind, not tech fall. That makes it 12-0 on a 2 near fall. So it was a 3-point takedown for Schultz, a 2-point near fall, and then a 2-point reversal for Minardi. That makes it 6-5. Callan Schnitzer wins by tech fall against Caden Vogel, 18-3 on mat 3. Carter Wagner wins on mat 1, 12-0. That was a major decision. And it's going into overtime on mat 2. Sorry, going into the third period on mat 2. 6-6, tied up. Now up on mat 1, a 106 semifinal matchup. Nebraska City's Noah Boyer, a freshman with a record of 32-5, facing off against Hudson Lefevre, a freshman with a record of 28-15. Sean Schultz gets the escape. That makes it 7-6. On mat 3, it's Ivan Zamasek from Wilbur Claytonia, a senior with a record of 16-14, facing off against Brock Barr, a sophomore with a record of 19-25 from Lincoln Northwest. Takedown for Schultz on mat 2. He's getting near fall. He gets 4 near fall. That'll make it 14-6. And a major decision for Sean Schultz. Now up on mat 2, it's Troy Saltzman, a junior with a record of 28-12 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Ethan Young, a sophomore with a record of 7-15 from Norris. Now up on Noah Boyer's in the lead against Hudson Lefevre 11-2, and Barr's in the lead over Zamasek 3-0. Saltzman's in the lead over Ethan Young 6-1 in the 106 consolation round. Now in the lead 9-1. Now up on mat 3, it's Tanner Reed, a freshman with a record of 35-8 from Omaha Gross Catholic, facing off against Oscar Gonzalez, a junior with a record of 13-16 from Nebraska City. And now up on mat 1, it's Jason Castillo de la O against Agustin Vogel. De La O is a freshman with a record of 13-24 from Douglas County West, and Vogel's a sophomore with a record of 20-17 from Mount Michael Benedictine. 14-2 now in favor of Saltzman. And Ethan Young gets tech fouled by Troy Saltzman. 18-2 final score. Now up on mat 2, it's Owen Cooley, a freshman with a record of 18-17 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Jose Lopez, a sophomore with a record of 19-5 from Douglas County West. And that's a pin on mat 2. Jose Lopez pins Owen Cooley in 36 seconds. Now up on mat 2, it's Emmett Cooley, a senior with a record of 20-15 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Dominic Harms, a freshman with a record of 19-13 from Lincoln Northwest. For near fall for Tanner Reed on mat 3 makes it a tech fall 18-0 over Oscar Gonzalez. And on mat 1, Augustine Fogel pins Jason Castillo de la O. That brings up on mat 1 Zion Ornelius, a junior with a record of 39-0 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Dominic Sterling, a senior with a record of 25-13 from Nebraska City. And on mat 3, it's Brady Kingston, a freshman with a record of 34-11 from Omaha Gross Catholic. And he's facing off against Liam Malone, a sophomore with a record of 31-9 from Mount Michael Benedictine. On mat 1, Zion Ornelius pins Dominic Sterling. And now up on mat 1, it's Luke Farman, a junior with a record of 30-0 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Tony Hartman, a junior with a record of 17-11 from Nebraska City. And that's a pin for Luke Farman. Luke Farman pins Tony Hartman in 35 seconds on mat 1. Now up on mat 1, it's Jackson Maybe, a sophomore with a record of 27-10 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Grant Ashiti, a junior with a record of 31-7 from Wilbur Claytonia. Pin on mat 2, Dominic Harms pins Emmett Cooley. Now up on mat 2, it's Hudson Harlow, a sophomore with a record of 29-11 from Douglas County West, facing off against Josh Sherd, a senior with a record of 36-7 from Omaha Gross Catholic. pin on mat 3. Liam Malone pins Brady Kingston. And that brings up on mat 3 Caden Boljack, a sophomore with a record of 25-15, facing from Fillmore Central, facing off against Colson McNabb, a junior with a record of 14-22 from Norris. And that's the end of the first period on mat 3. Tied up at 0 still. Escape for McNabb on mat 3 makes it 1-0. Blood time on mat 1, that's Grant Ashidi. And looks like Josh Sherd won against Hudson Harlow 3-0 on mat 2. Bulljack gets a takedown, makes it 3-1. And that's the end of the third period on mat 1. Grant Ashidi 8, Jackson Maybe 1. Colson McNabb with the reversal and 3 near fall points. Makes it 6-3. And now up on mat 1, it's Jordan Bogdanovich, a freshman with a record of 29-22 from Omaha Gross Catholic, facing off against Trevor Flash, a junior with a record of 14-19 from Nebraska City. And on mat 2, it's Brayton Holding, a sophomore with a record of 34-7 from Douglas County West, facing off against Brady Quinlevin, a junior with a record of 30-14 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Holding's currently in the lead 3-0. And that's a pin over there on mat 2. Brayton Holding pins Brady Quinlevin. And looks like Trevor Flash beats Jordan Bogdanovich with a pin on mat 1. That brings up Ryan Schramps, a senior with a record of 26-15 from Fillmore Central, against Malachi Doval, a junior with a record of 20-10. Now on mat 2, it's Ryan Marsh, a senior with a record of 27-10 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Kyle Steege, a junior with a record of 13-11 from Lincoln Northwest. And over there on mat 3, Colson McNabb gets the 6-3 decision against Caden Bulljack. And now on mat 3, it's Norris's Mason Bach, a sophomore with a record of 2-16, facing off against Austin Hodine, a junior with a record of 9-17. Hodine gets a quick takedown, makes it 3-0. Over there on mat 1, Malachi Doval pins Ryan Schramm. And on mat 2, Ryan Marsh has Kyle Steege in a lot of trouble, and he picks up the pin. That brings up on mat 1 now Ashton Wiesner, a junior with a record of 34-8 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Mason Masters, a senior with a record of 25-3 from Millard North. Heading into the second period on mat 3, it's Mason Bach 2, Austin Hodine, 3-2. Hodine in on a shot. Bach sprawls. Wiesner in trouble over there on mat 1. Masters looking for the pin. Takedown for Mason Bach makes it 5-3. He's got near fall points. He's got Hodine in a lot of trouble. Gets the pin. Mason Bach pins Austin Hodine in the second period with 1:26 left. Big win for Mason Bach. And over there on mat 2, it's Alexander Coleman, a freshman with a record of 26 and 22 from Norris, facing off against Bradley Carstensen, a sophomore with a record of 7 and 12 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Now up on mat 3, it's Logan Zimmerman, a junior with a record of 35 and 4 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Hunter Holding, a sophomore with a record of 32 and 10 from Douglas County West. Mason Masters gets the pin over there on mat 1. That was a 144 semifinal matchup. Coleman's in the lead 1-0 on mat 2. Now he's with the takedown of Bradley Carstensen. That makes it 3-1. And now up on mat 1, it's Chase Myers, a junior with a record of 12 and 2 from Fillmore Central, facing off against Caleb Griffith, a freshman with a record of 34 and 4 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Coleman's looking for the escape. And he gets it. That'll make it 3-2. (6-2) now in favor of Carstensen, heading into the third period. Coleman's now down 7-2. Final over there on mat 2. Bradley Karstensen beats Alexander Coleman 7-2. Pin over there on mat 1, Caleb Griffith pins Chase Myers. Now over on mat 2, it's Brock Waddell, a junior with a record of 16-15 from Nebraska City, facing off against Jackson Teeter, a senior with a record of 1-5 from Mount Michael Benedictine. And on mat 3, it's Logan Zimmerman, a junior with a record of 35-4 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Hunter Holding, a sophomore with a record of 32-10 from Douglas County West. Zimmerman's currently in the lead 6-0. Now over on mat 1, Marcus Wacker, a freshman with a record of 8-14 from Norris, facing off against Ryan Hermain, a junior with a record of 17-19 from Standing Bear. Logan Zimmerman wins 6-0 over on mat 3. And now up on mat 3, it's Peyton Perez, a junior with a record of 32-9 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Alex Kropp, a junior with a record of 12-28 from Norris. Remains in the lead 3-1 over Wacker right now. Kropp's in the lead 1-0 on mat 3 on a penalty. (6-1) now on mat 1 in favor of Ryan Hermain. Now up on mat 2, Emmerich Starr, a sophomore with the record of 22-19 from Raymond Central against Darren Wengler, a junior with the record of 10-19 from Lincoln Northwest. Wacker with the takedown is now down 6-5, and Kropp's in trouble. He gets pinned on mat 3 by Peyton Perez. Now up on mat 3, Iverson Mejia, a senior with a record of 43-0 from Wilbur Claytonia, against Jaden Welton, a junior with the record of 26-15 from Lincoln Christian. Escape from Wacker makes it 6-6. Takedown for Ryan Hermain makes it 9-6. Two near fall makes it 11-6. And that's the match. Marcus Wacker loses to Ryan Hermain 11-6. Now up on mat 1, it's James Cansteiner, a junior with the record of 35-1 from Conestoga, against Ty Rosler, a sophomore with a record of 29-8 from Wilbur Claytonia. That's a tech fall over there on mat 3. Iverson Mejia 21, Jaden Welton 5. Now up on mat 1, it's Waylon Rayburn, a senior with a record of 24-15 from Fillmore Central, facing off against Callan Schnitzer, a junior with a record of 14-9 from Nebraska City. Now up on mat 3, it's Dominic Roth, a senior with a record of 27-13 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Bjorn Poulsen, a freshman with a record of 15-12 from Millard North. Darren Wengler wins against Emmerich Starr 7-0. Now up on mat 2, it's Brigham Schoenbeck, a senior with a record of 26-13 from Norris, facing off against Hunter Sykes, a senior with a record of 35-13 from Raymond Central. Now up on mat 1, it's Carter Wagner, a senior with a record of 16-23, facing off against Kemper Skurja, a sophomore with a record of 35-12 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Takedown for Sykes makes it 3-0. Reversal for Schoenbeck makes it 3-2. Takedown for Wagner makes it 3-0. Reversal makes it 3-2. Looks like blood time on mat 1 for Kemper Skurja. Heading into the second period, it's 4-2 in favor of Hunter Sykes. Takedown for Sykes makes it 7-2. escape from Carter Wagner. 5-3 takedown for Skurja, makes it 6-5. And there's a pin from Kemper Skurja. (7-3) heading into the third period on mat 2. Sykes in the lead. Tech fall on mat 3 as Bjorn Poulsen beats Dominic Roth 17-1. Now up on mat 1, 165 consolation round matchup. Brock Barr, a sophomore with a record of 20-25 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Nebraska City's Jaden Adams, a senior with a record of 9-16. Now up on mat 3, Raymond Central's Wyatt Jelinek, a junior with a record of 39-5, against Cole Kansteiner, a freshman with a record of 26-8 from Conestoga. (10-4) now for Hunter Sykes. 14-4 now in favor of Sykes. And blood time on mat 2. That's it on mat 2. Hunter Sykes beats Brigham Schombeck 14-4. That brings up on mat 2, 165 semifinal. Mo Blair, a senior with a record of 21-10 from Millard North, facing off against Asa Wiggerson, a senior with a record of 35-7 from Lincoln Christian. Brock Barr gets pinned by Jalen Adams on mat 1. That brings up on mat 1 Jack Maddox, a senior with a record of 1-1 from Norris, facing off against Xander Rigel, a junior with a record of 10-19 from Omaha Concordia. Takedown for Xander Rigel makes it 3-0. Final on mat 3, Wyatt Jelinek 8, Cole Kansteiner 1. And on mat 3 now, it's Xavier Zimmerman, a junior with a record of 33-5 from Mount Michael Benedictine, facing off against Zach Marsh, a sophomore with a record of 28-14 from Wilbur Claytonia. Now up on mat 1, it's Sam Diggs, a senior with a record of 13-15 from Millard North, facing off against Dawson Thorne, a senior with a record of 11-22 from Nebraska City. Pin on mat 2, Aso Wiggerson, a pins Mo Blair. Pin on mat 1. Sam Diggs pins Dawson Thorne. For near fall on mat 3 is going to make it a tech fall for Xavier Zimmerman. And now up on mat 1, it's Camden McMillan, a junior with a record of 13-15 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against, Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Gabe Clabanez, a senior with a record of 25-15 from Wilbur Claytonia. And on mat 3, it's Eric Hall from Norris facing off against Cooper Floyd of Lincoln Northwest. Eric Hall's a senior with a record of 33-6 from Norris, facing off against Cooper Floyd, a sophomore who is 20-16 from Lincoln Northwest. Hall's in the lead 7-1, make that 10-1. He's getting near fall, looking for the pin. Hall's looking for the pin on mat 3. He gets it. Eric Hall pins Cooper Floyd in a minute 6. Injury time on mat 1. It's for Cooper McMillan. Now up on mat 3. It's Tyson Taylor, a junior with a record of 32-8 from Raymond Central, facing off against Jack Murphy, a senior with a record of 28-7 from Millard North. And on mat 2, it's Sam Dodge, a junior with a record of 30-12 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Matt Larson, a senior with a record of 28-10 from Raymond Central. On mat 2, Sam Dodge pins Matt Larson. Now up on mat 2, it's James Broney, a junior with a record of 15-50, facing off against Caleb Redstorm, a senior with a record of 23-9 from Raymond Central. Now up on mat 2, Ryland Schoenbeck, a sophomore with a record of 38-8, facing off against Malachi Davis, a senior with a record of 34-3 from Lincoln Christian. Takedown for Davis makes it 3-0. Final on mat 1. Gabe Klabanez at 21. Camden McMillan 6. 7-0 in favor of Malachi Davis with 34 seconds left in the first period, sorry. Now up on mat 1, Dane Lyons, a junior with the record of 18-14 from Nebraska City, facing off against Barrett Hagman, a sophomore with a record of 9-11 from Mount Michael Benedictine. At the end of the first period, Malachi Davis 10, Ryland Schoenbeck 1. (12-1) now on the 2 more near fall. Real nail biter there over there on mat 3. Jack Murphy barely squeaks out a 6-5 decision over Tyson Taylor.
Reminder, please do not sit or stand.
Meanwhile on mat 2, it's 12-1 in favor of Malachi Davis. And there's the takedown from Davis. That'll make it 15-1. And now on mat 3, it's Harrison Hudson, a senior with a record of 13-12 from Norris, facing off against Carter Hyatt, a freshman with a record of 22-18. Takedown for Harrison. Reversal for Carter Hyatt. Makes makes it 3-2. But Harrison gets 2 near full. That makes it 5-2. And 17-3 over there on mat 2. Heading into the third period, Malachi Davis 17, Ryland Schoenbeck 4. Heading into the second period on mat 3, Harrison Hudson 5, Carter Hyatt 2. Over on mat 1, Dan Lyon 16, Barrett Higman 8. And Malachi Davis wins 20-4 in a tech fall. Now up on mat 1 in the 285 semifinal, Gabe Marquez, a senior with a record of 10-4 from Millard North, is facing off against Caden Schaefer, a sophomore with a record of 17-20 from Standing Bear. And Harrison Hudson gets the pin over Carter Hyatt. And on mat 2 in the 106 consolation semis, Hudson Lefevre, a freshman with a record of 28-16, is facing off against Augustine Vogel, a sophomore with a record of 21-17 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Now up on mat 3, it's Noah Klocka Jr. with a record of 7-22 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against John Farrell, a senior with a record of 9-13 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Pin on mat 2. Hudson Lefevre pins Augustine Vogel. That brings up on mat 2, 113 consolation semifinal, Jordan Kelly, a freshman with the record of 12-23, facing off against Owen Cooley, a freshman with the record of 18-18 from Lincoln Christian. And that's a pin over there on mat 3. John Farrell pins Noah Klock. Score update: in first place, Wilbur Claytonia with 115.5 points. Nebraska City's in second with, now Lincoln Christian's in second with 95 points. Nebraska City's in third with 94 points. Raymond Central's in fourth with 87 points. Fifth is Mount Michael Benedictine with 86 points. Sixth is Norris with 77 points. Seventh is Millard North with 68 points. Eighth is Omaha Gross Catholic with 65 points. Ninth is Douglas County West with 46 points. 10th is Fillmore Central with 30 points. Lincoln Northwest is in 11th with 26.5 points. 12th is Conestoga with 25 points. Lincoln Northeast is in 13th with 13.5 points. Standing Bears in 14th with 8.5 points. And Omaha Concordia is in 5th with 4 points. Now up on mat 3, it's Colson McNabb, a junior with a record of 15-22 from Norris, facing off against Brady Kingston, a freshman with a record of 34-12 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Kingston's currently in the lead 3-0, and Colson McNabb is on blood time. Reversal for McNabb makes it 3-2. Escape for McNabb makes it 3-3. Kingston in on a shot. Out of bounds. That's a takedown for Brady Kingston. That makes it 6-3. On mat 1, Gabe Marquez and Caden Schaefer are still locked in battle. It's 2-2 with 7 seconds left in the third period. Escape 4-6 makes it for McNabb now. Looking for the takedown. Not a lot of time left. And it's going to remain 6-4 heading into the third period. Owen Cooley beats Jordan Kelly on mat 2. And that'll bring up on mat 2 the 126 consolation semifinal. Sewellen Valente facing off against Hudson Harlow. Valente is a senior with a record of 18-18 from Mount Michael Benedictine, and Harlow is a sophomore with a record of 29-12 from Douglas County West. Kingston in on the shot on mat 3, lets it go. And overtime is expiring soon on mat 1. Still 6-4 with 24 seconds left in the third period. And that's the final. Brady Kingston beats Colson McNabb 6-4. That brings up now the 132 consolation semi. Mount Michael Benedictine's Brady Quinlaven, a junior with a record of 30-15, facing off against Mason Bach, a sophomore with a record of 3-16. Mason Bach's from Norris. Quick takedown from Quinlaven makes it 3-0. And now up on mat 1, Dominic Sterling, a senior with a record of 25-14 from Nebraska City, will face off against Dominic Harms, a freshman with the record of 20-13 from Lincoln Northwest. Now up on mat 2, Trevor Flash, a junior with a record of 15-19 from Nebraska City, will face off against Jackson Maybe, a sophomore with a record of 27-11 from Lincoln Northwest. That's a constellation semi 132 match. Pin over there on mat 1. Dominic Sterling pins Dominic Harms in the first period. Fox made a move out there on at 3. Didn't quite work. Almost had the reversal. On mat 1, it's Tony Hartman, a junior with the record of 17-12 from Nebraska City, facing off against Liam Harmon, a sophomore with the record of 10-14 from Standing Bear. Heading into the third period on mat 3, Brady Quinlaven is in the lead 3-0 over Mason Bach. Shot in from Quinlaven. He'll pick up 3 more. That'll make it 6-0. Back points for Quinlaven. That'll make it 10-0. Three more near foul makes it 13-0. And Tech fall 17-0 for Brady Quinlaven over Mason Bach. Now up on mat 3, Kyle Steege, a junior with the record of 13-12 from Lincoln Northeast, is facing off against Kyle Mumm, a freshman with the record of 19-18 from Omaha Gross Catholic. And that's final on mat 2. Jackson Maybe 8, Trevor Flash 1. That was Constellation Semi 132. Now up on mat 2, it's Bradley Karstensen facing off against Ryan Schramm. Karstensen's a sophomore with a record of 8-12 from Mount Michael Benedictine, facing off against Schramm, who's a senior with a record of 26-16 from Fillmore Central. Now up on mat 3, it's Jaden Welton, a junior with a record of 26-16 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Ryan Hermain, a junior with a record of 18-19 from Standing Bear. Final on mat 1, Tony Hartman 15, Liam Harmon 2. Now up on mat 1, it's Hunter Holding, a sophomore with a record of 32-11 from Douglas County West, facing off against Brock Weddle, a junior with a record of 17-15 from Nebraska City. Pin on mat 3. Ryan Hermain gets pinned by Jaden Welton. That brings up on mat 3, Bjorn Polson, a freshman with a record of 16-12 from Millard North, facing off against Brigham Schoenbeck, a senior with a record of 26-14 from Norris. Pin on mat 2. Looks like Ryan Schramm pinned Bradley Karstensen. Now up on mat 2, it's Darren Wengler, a junior with a record of 11-19 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against Chase Myers, a junior with a record of 12-3 from Fillmore Central. On mat 3, Brigham Schombeck's in the lead 3-0 over Polson. Schombeck with the escape puts him up 4-0 over Polson. Polson with the takedown makes it 3-4, but still in favor of Schombeck. Pin on mat 2. Chase Myers pins Darren Wengler. Now up on mat 2, the 165 consolation semi. Jaden Adams, a senior with a record of 10-16 from Nebraska City, is facing off against Mo Blair, a senior with a record of 21-11 from Millard North. Heading into the third period, Schombeck's in the lead 4-3. Takedown and 4 near fall. And 3 near fall makes it 10-4. Sorry, 4 near fall, that makes it 10-4. Split time on mat 3 for Brigham Schombeck. Escape for Schombeck makes it 10-5. And that's it. And on mat 3, Bjorn Poulsen 13, Brigham Schombeck 5. Now up on mat 3, Cole Kansteiner, a freshman with a record of 26-9 from Conestoga, will face off against Kemper Skryla, sophomore with a record of 36-12 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Now up on mat 1, Ty Roselier, a sophomore with a record of 26-9 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Callan Schnitzer, a junior with a record of 15-9 from Nebraska City. And now up on mat 2, Sam Daggs, a senior with a record of 14-15 from Millard North, will face off against Matt Larson, a senior with a record of 28-11 from Raymond Central. pin over mat 3. Cole Kansteiner pins Kemper Skyja in the second period. Now up on mat 3, Dan Lyons, a junior with the record of 19-14 from Nebraska City, will face off against James Broney, a junior with the record of 15-16 from Millard North. On mat 2, Sam Daggs pins Matt Larson. Now up on mat 2, Tyson Taylor, junior with the record of 32-9 from Raymond Central, face off against Tennyson Kelsey, a junior with the record of 17-20 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Final at mat 1, Ty Roselier. 16, Kaylin Schnitzer. 6. Now up on mat 1, it's Zach Marsh, a sophomore with the record of 28-15 from Wilbur Claytonia against Sander Reigel, a junior with the record of 11-19 from Omaha Concordia. On mat 2, Gabe Marquez, a senior with a record of 10 and 15 from Millard North, facing off against John Farrell, a senior with a record of 10 and 13 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Final on mat 3. James Broney barely escapes Dan Lyons with a final score of 17-11. And a pin on mat 2. Zach Marsh pins Sander Reigel. That brings up on mat 3. On mat 1 anyways, Cooper Floyd, a sophomore with a record of 20 and 17 from Lincoln Northwest, will face off against Gabe Clabanez, a senior with a record of 26 and 15 from Wilbur Claytonia. And on mat 3, Cooper Roberts, a sophomore with a record of 7 and 7, will face off again and he's from Lincoln Northeast, will face off against Ryland Schombeck, a sophomore with a record of 38 and 9 from Norris. Schombeck in the lead 7-0. Going into the second period. Reversal. That'll make it 9-0. Two near fall makes it 11-0. And that's a pin for Ryland Schombeck. Ryland Schombeck pins Cooper Roberts. Now up on mat 3, it's Owen Crackmeyer, a senior with a record of 19 and 7 facing off against Carter Hyatt, a freshman with a record of 22 and 19. Crackmeyer's from Raymond Central, Lincoln, and Hyatt's from Lincoln Christian.
For your outstanding wrestler. One vote per school for the outstanding wrestler of the tournament.
Now we're going to start with some of the placement matches. First place match on 106. Noah Boyer, a freshman with a record of 33 and 5, will face off against Sean Schultz, a junior with a record of 29 and 11 from Raymond Central. Boyer's from Nebraska City. Heading into the second period on mat 2, Sean Schultz in the lead 3-0 over Noah Boyer. That's a first place matchup. Cooper Floyd gets a 6-0 decision over Gabe Klabanez. And now a third place matchup on mat 1. It's Hudson Lefevre from Fillmore Central, a freshman with a record of 29-16, facing off against Ed Minardi, a freshman with a record of 39-13 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Sean Schultz now has a 6-0 lead over Boyer. Crackmeyer wins on mat 3, 9-1 over Carter Hyatt. And that'll bring up the 120 matchup, the championship matchup at 120, first place. It's Zion Ornelius, a junior with a record of 40-0 from Wilbrick, Latonia, facing off against Liam Malone, a sophomore with a record of 32-9 from Mount Michael Benedictine. Ornelius already has a 3-0 lead over Malone on mat 3. Thirteen to 6 now on mat 2 with Sean Schultz in the lead. 13-9 now. 13-13. Looks like Lefevre won on mat 1. On a pin. That'll bring up the third place match for 113. And it's Oscar Gonzalez, this junior with a record of 13-17 from Nebraska City, facing off against Owen Cooley, a freshman with a record of 19-18 from Lincoln Christian. And it's a pin for Owen Cooley. Wow. On mat 2, Sean Schultz ekes it out because Noah Boyer had his hands locked in the top position, resulting in a 1-point penalty awarded to Schultz. So it was 14-3 decision for Sean Schultz for him to get first place. On mat 1, it's going to be Tony Hartman, a junior with the record of 18-12 from Nebraska City, facing off against Hudson Harlow, a sophomore with the record of 30-12 from Douglas County West. And on mat 2 with the 113 first place match. That's a first place match right there. It's Tanner Reed, a freshman with the record of 36-8 from Omaha Gross Catholic, facing off against Jose Lopez, a sophomore with a record of 20-5 from Douglas County West. And Zion Ornelius wins at 120. And so now at 120, third place matchup, Dominic Sterling, a senior with the record of 26-14 from Nebraska City will face off against Brady Kingston, a freshman with the record of 35-12 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Pin on mat 1. Hudson Harlow pins Tony Hartman. Pin on mat 2. Jose Lopez pins Tanner Reed. Now up on mat 1, a 132 first place match. Brayton Holding, a sophomore with a record of 35-7 from Douglas County West, will face off against Grant Ashidi, a junior with a record of 37-7 from Wilber Claytonia. Now up on mat 2, 126 first place match. Luke Farman, junior with a record of 31-0, and he's from Lincoln Christian, will face off against Josh Sherd, a senior with a record of 37-7 from Omaha Gross Catholic. Pin on mat 2. Luke Farman pins Josh Sherd. Now up on mat 2 for third place, 138, Kyle Steege, a junior with a record of 14-12 from Lincoln Northeast, facing off against Ryan Schramm, a senior with a record of 27-16 from Fillmore Central. Looks like a malfunction in some of the technology. Looks like we're back on at least mat 1. Mat 2 will be back shortly, and so will mat 3. Mat 1 and mat 2 is underway. Holding in the lead on mat 1, 1-0 over Ashidi. That's it's a first place match at 132. It looks like they'll be entering the third period. All 3 matches are back up and running after that technical malfunction. Injured wrestler on mat 2 appears to be Kyle Steege. And looks like that'll be the match. Kyle Steege having to medically forfeit, unfortunately. So next up on mat 2. Anyways, on mat 3, it's Ryan Marsh, a senior with a record of 28-10 from Wilbur Claytonia, facing off against Malachi Doval, a junior with a record of 21-10 from Nebraska City. That's a first place match at 138. All first place matches happening right now. On mat 1, it's 132 first place match. On mat 2, it's 150 first place match. Iverson Mejia, a senior with a record of 44-0, and he's from Wilbur Claytonia, is facing off against Caleb Griffith, freshman from Mount Michael Benedictine, and he has a record of 35-4. And on mat 3, that's a 138 first place match. Mejia with the quick takedown. Now on mat 1, third place match 144. Hunter Holding, sophomore with a record of 33-11 from Douglas County West, is facing off against Ashton Wiesner, a junior with a record of 35-9 from Lincoln Northwest. Looks like Iverson Mejia gives up a point to Griffith to go neutral. Looks like it didn't work out for Mejia as Griffith takes down Mejia and takes a 5-3 lead. Escape for Mejia. That makes it 5-4. Takedown for Griffiths. That makes it 8-4. Big takedown on the edge of the mat for Griffith. Takedown for Griffiths. That'll make it 11-4. On mat 3, Malachi Doval beats Ryan Marsh 7-0. 12-4 now in favor of Griffith. That's gonna make it 16-4. Over there on mat 1, Ashton Wiesner 9, Hunter Holding 6. And a big win for the freshman Caleb Griffiths as he takes down Iverson Mejia, who was undefeated on the year. It's going to bring with the 165 third place matchup. That's going to be Cole Kansteiner, a freshman with the record of 27-9 from Conestoga, facing off against Mo Blair, a senior with the record of 22-11 from Millard North. On mat 3, it's Jaden Welton, a junior with the record of 27-16 from Lincoln Christian, facing off against Chase Myers, a junior with the record of 13-3. And on mat 1, the first place match 165, it's Wyatt Jelinek, a junior with the record of 40-5 from Raymond Central, against Asa Wigrizen, a senior with a record of 36-7 from Lincoln Christian. Looks like Mo Blair on mat 2 has an injury. Wyatt Jelinek wins that match on mat 1.
Our last 9 matches are up on the wall. Please be prepared to move mats if necessary.
Now up on mat 1, the 190 third place match. It's Cooper Floyd, a sophomore with a record of 21-17 from Lincoln Northwest, facing off against James Broney, a junior with a record of 16-16 from Millard North. Tech fall on mat 3, Jaden Welton. Tech falls Chase Myers with 14 seconds left in the third period. Now up on mat 3, Zach Marsh, a sophomore with a record of 29-15 from Wilber Claytonia, facing off against Matt Larson, a senior with a record of 29-11 from Raymond Central. Next up is the 215 first place match. It's Millard North's Jack Murphy, a senior with a record of 29-7, facing off against Malachi Davis, a senior with a record of 35-3 from Lincoln Christian. Pin on mat 3. Malachi Davis pins Jack Murphy in 1:19. Now up on mat 2, Xavier Zimmerman, a junior with a record of 34-5 from Mount Michael Benedictine will face off against Sam Dodge, a junior with the record of 31-12 from Lincoln Christian.
Mat 3.
Now up on mat 3, the 285 third place matchup. It's John Farrell, a senior with the record of 11-13 from Mount Michael Benedictine, against Owen Crackmeyer, senior with a record of 20-7 from Raymond Central. Cooper Floyd beats James Brown on mat 1, and that brings up on mat 1 Tyson Taylor, a junior with the record of 33-9 from Raymond Central, facing off against Ryland Schoenbeck, a sophomore with a record of 39-9 from Norris. Crackmeyer pins Farrell on mat 3. After the first period on mat 1, still tied up at 0.
Schaefer and Hudson, we are moving your match to mat 3. Schaefer and Hudson.
Schoenbeck with the reversal makes it 2-0. And on mat 3, the first place match, 285, it's going to be Caden Schaefer, a sophomore with the record of 18-20 from Standing Bear, facing off against Harrison Hudson, a senior with the record of 14-12 from Norris. escape from Taylor makes it 2-1 on Matt 1, sorry. Takedown from Schombeck makes it 5-1. And he'll get 4 near fall. That will make it 9-1. Stalling on Schaefer. Having trouble with his headgear. 9-1 still for Schombeck on mat 1. 17-3 for Zimmerman on mat 2. That's Xavier Zimmerman, a junior with the record of 34-5. From Mount Michael Benedictine, facing off against Sam Dodge, a junior with the record of 31-12 from Lincoln Christian. Looks like now a stall call on Harrison. And now Harrison having trouble with his headgear. Heading into the second period, it's still tied at 0. Ryland Schombeck wins 13-2 over Tyson Taylor. Harrison will be on top to start the second period. And that's Schaefer's going to get the escape and a takedown. Oh no, just the reversal. One point green looks like. 2-1. On this penalty. Harrison's looking for the reversal. He'll get it. That'll make it 3-2. He's getting back points. And he gets the pin. Harrison Hudson pins Caden Schaefer on the edge of the mat in the second period, and he'll win his bracket 285. Final scores for team scores. In 15th, Omaha Concordia, 4 points. 14th, Lincoln Northeast with 20.5 points. 13th, Lincoln Standing Bear with 24.5 points. Conestoga came in 12th with 41 points. Fillmore Central in 11th with 49 points. Lincoln Northwest in 10th with 50.5 points. Douglas County West came in 9th with 72.5 points. Omaha Gross Catholic came in 8th with 75 points. Norris came in 7th with 94 points. Millard North came in 6th with 96 points. Mount Michael Benedictine came in 5th with 114.5 points. Nebraska City came in 4th with 117 points. Raymond Central Tonia was first with 134.5 points. That's it for the Ron Severson Invitational. I'm Mitchell Severson. That's it for the Titans wrestling at home this year.